Rakesh.
I know, but they got only two hands.
Procession. I'm happy to stay.
I'm fine.
Who's Peter Bowell?
Yeshijasa.
Oh, I have never once heard his real name. Wow.
That's not their name.
And I still haven't heard it.
Until enlightenment, I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Sangha. Through the merit of acting generously and so forth, may I become a Buddha to help beings. Until enlightenment, I go for refuge. I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Sangha. Through the merit of acting generously and so forth, may I become a Buddha to help beings. Until enlightenment, I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Sangha. Through the merit of acting generously and so forth, may I become a Buddha to help beings. Any merit that I have gathered through prostrating, offering, and so forth, I dedicate to enlightenment. The earth perfumed with scented water, filled with flowers, adorned the sun and moon. I had imagined to be a Buddha realm and offer it so that all beings may enjoy a perfectly pure realm. In accordance with the capabilities and thoughts of teachings of the various beings, I ask you to turn the wheel of Dharma, the greater, lesser, and common vehicles.
Sorry?
No sound. Think to yourself that for the benefit of all sentient beings, you are taking the Mahayana Sojong vows. And so that they are free of illness and free of famine, free of conflict, and in particular, so those who have illnesses in their beings. May they have. May all those sentient beings who experience, for the sake of all those beings who are taking the different who have different illness and famine and so forth, think that for their benefit taking that. And so in this way, take the Mahana Sojong vows and repeat these words. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, think of me. Just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horses, the great elephants, who have performed the task and fulfilled the function, who have cast off the load, who have thereupon gained their own benefit, who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly performed restoration and purification, I, named Sirnim Kamaluduchipa, shall also, from this time onward, until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the perfecters of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment. Properly undertake restoration and perfection. All Master, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who are dwelling in the 10 directions, think of me. Master, think of me. Just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horses, the great elephants, who have performed the task and performed the meditation, who have cast off the load, who have thereupon gained their own benefit, who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true and complete enlightenment, properly performed restoration and purification, I, named, say your name, Kamaluduchipa, shall also, from this time onward, until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly undertake restoration and purification. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dwelling in the 10 directions, think of me. Master, think of me, just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horses, the great horses, who have performed the task and fulfilled the function, who have cast off the load, who thereupon gained their own benefit, who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly performed restoration and purification. I named, say your name, come a little tripper, shall also, from this time onward, until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly undertake restoration and purification. When I say tapine, then please respond by saying lexo, and think at that time that you have taken the vow of Mahayana Sojang. Lexo. It is very good. Now please sit down. Just as the Arhats of the past took the Mahayana Sojang vows and practiced the precepts of it, in the same way that you also do the same, then repeat these words of the precepts. From now on I shall not take life, nor shall I take another's things. I shall commit no sexual act, nor shall I speak untruthful words. I shall give up intoxicants, which are the cause of many faults. I shall not sit on high seats, nor eat at inappropriate times. I shall abstain from perfumes and necklaces, jewelry, song, and dance. Just as the Arhats had no time to take life or do the other acts, I also give up killing and so forth. May I achieve supreme awakening. May this world roiling with much suffering be freed from the ocean of existence. Now, this is the mantra of pure discipline. Please repeat this as well. Om, Amoga, Shilla, Sampada, Sampada, Para Para, Mahashuddha, Sattva, Padma, Vibhushita, Puja, Tara Tara, Samanta, Avalokite, Hompat, Swaha, Om, Amoka, Shilla, Sampada, Sampada, Para Para, Mahashuddha, Sattva, Padma, Vibhushita, Puja, Tara Tara, Samanta, Avalokite, Hompat, Swaha, Om, Amoka, Shila, Sampada, Bara, Para, Mahashuddha, Sattva, Padma, Vibhushita, Puja, Tara Tara, Samanta, Avalokite, Hompat, Swaha. Om Mamaga Sambara Sabara Basabara Sabara Baramash the Patso, Mamaga Shida Sambara Sambara Sabara Baramash the Patso. Om Mamaga Shida Sambara Sabara Baramash the Patso, Mamaga Shida Sambara Baramash the With conduct of faultless discipline that's completely pure, discipline free of arrogance. May I perfect transcendent discipline. Following all the victors, may I train and bring excellent conduct to perfection. May I act with pure stainless discipline that never lapses and is free of faults. May the body have the auspiciousness of the three robes, speech the auspiciousness of the three baskets, mind the auspiciousness of the three trainings. May all have the auspiciousness of the three jewels. Now please turn to page 7 of the third edition for the 3 daily observances in Sanskrit. Page 7 of the third edition. This is on page 17 of the second edition. Today is the 5th day of the Monlam. And so since this is the 5th day of the Monlam, we have the conjured procession and the reading of the conjured. Tomorrow is the alms procession. Now reading the conjure is the program for today. Generally, we say that we go for refuge to the Buddha, go for refuge to the Dharma, go for refuge to the Sangha. The Dharma, of course, most of us, we think about we don't really know what the word Buddha means, but however, we say, who is the Buddha? But we sort of point at the statues and we say, oh, the statue is the Buddha. Of course, the statue is not the genuine or the authentic Buddha. When we say the true Dharma, what we point our finger at is at the texts, the conjured and the collection of the Buddha's words and the translated treatises. And so when we say the Dharma, and so we also don't really understand what the true Dharma actually is. Generally, when we talk about Dharma, and so it is the truths of cessation and path, as it is said. That is the actual Dharma. However, for us beginners or ordinary beings, the collected words of the Buddha that is written in words and ink on paper is extremely kind and beneficial, and because of this, we are able to practice and achieve the truths of cessation and path. If we did not have these scriptures that were written in words, we would have nothing to do. We'd be blind as to what to do and what not to do, blind about what to do, what not to do. We'd have no direction on the way to go. It's like we'd have no guide along the path. It's like a tourist guide. You have maps that you take along, the tourist guides that you can go to these places. We'd have no tourist guide, to get to them. We would not know where we're supposed to go. And so for that reason, for beginners, for us beginners, the Buddha it is the only protector and refuge that we have. Generally we talk about the conjured and the tenjured. These are books that we leave in the shrine to gather the dust. We don't really have any particular feeling for the conjured and conjured. We don't think about how important they are for us, or think how they're the source of everything, the foundation of what we do. We don't really think that this is the basis of it. We don't think about them in that way. In the past, the Dalai Lama gave advice on this. He says that we always recite the 7 branch prayers. And in the 7 branches we supplicate to turn the wheel of Dharma. However, the wheel of the Dharma is there, the 84,000 wheels of Dharma, and one part of that are the 100 slightly over 100 sutras of sutras. We don't open them up, study them, practice them. We don't really read them at all. In addition, and still, it's a rather boastful of us to think that we should need to ask them to turn the wheel of Dharma again. So we turn all the wheels of Dharma in order to ask for it. It is really rather bold on our part. And so this is actually the way it is. When we talk about turning the wheel of Dharma, the dharmas, the wheels of Dharma that have been, if we have not really paying attention to them, when we say and keep on saying, please turn the wheel of Dharma again, and there's no point to doing that, is there? And so the words of the Buddha and the treatises, for example, this year during the Gunshe, I gave an introduction to the Dharma Treasure Adarsha program. But in any case, the conjured and the tenjured now in the 21st century. We have a way that we can look at these old texts in modern ways and to research them. This is a program that we have in order to be able to do this. The conjured and the tenjured are like the foundation, or that's our source, our origin, that's our basis, and that is the conjured that we come from. And for that reason, for today, we are having the conjured. So it should have you have some feeling when you read it. I think. And then in the afternoon, we have the prayers for the well-being of Tibet. This prayers for the well-being of Tibet is a program that we do every year. And so this is this is a prayer that there be no obstacles to the teachings of Buddhism in Tibet, and that everything that the teachings may thrive and flourish. Likewise, that all the sentient beings in the environment of the snowland of Tibet may be able to do well. That all sentients may have equality, and that His Holiness the Dalai Lama will be able to quickly place his feet on the land of the snowland. And so in this way, there are many different reasons and purposes for holding those prayers for the well-being of Tibet. And so please, everyone, keep this in mind. Now, tomorrow we'll have the alms procession. Now, the Buddha, we have many different problems that come because of speech, food, or things. And so the Buddha, the followers of the Buddha then take a loss in terms of food and clothing. They consider the listening, contemplation, and meditation more common. They have few things to do and few purposes. They don't do many things that have no point. They do things that have a point. They need to engage in those activities that are listening, contemplation, meditation. But these days, we monastics have got it backwards. Sometimes it's like the monks and nuns have more work than worldly people. Some monks and nuns, I think, once we become a monk, we become like the father of the household. If you're going to go get married, you go talk to the monk. If they're going to do business, you talk to the monk. He's a person who gives all the advice. And this is rather strange, isn't it? Generally, we're not saying that food and clothing are not important. They, of course, are very important. If we were like Milarepa, it would be a different situation. However, otherwise, we need to eat food. We need to wear clothing. We need clothing to wear. And whether we have renown or fame, whether it occurs or not, if you aren't famous, you don't die. But if you don't have food and clothing, you will die. So for that, uh, they are important. In any case, when we talk about alms as having being content and having few desires, that is the reason why we do alms. These days in the 21st century, there are many situations in the environment, and they mainly come because of we not thinking properly, because of our behavior not being well. In particular, in this day, consumerism has become like the religion of the world. When the companies make advertisements, they say, you need to buy this, you need to buy that, you need an iPhone or an iPad, you need to buy this, you need to buy that. If you don't buy this, you're merely taking about you won't look good, you won't be good. It's like you won't have all your faculties. They have so many advertisements, and we are so heavily influenced by these, and we think that if we don't buy those things, it won't be okay. Once I heard there was a person who had a young child. In order to buy, he sold his kidney in order to buy his child an infinity. He exchanged his kidney for an iPad. If you really do that, if you come to the value of the kidney and the iPad, you think that, of course, the kidney is more valuable. However, but in society, everyone has really gone crazy in this society. They're taking so much great interest. They take too great an interest in the new things and new brands and new models. And if there's a thing like that, it's like the kidney is not important at all. And so in this day and age, it's really important for us to have fewer desires and be content. It's something that we need to study in this 21st century. And we need to learn the lessons that it teaches us. And so we do not go for analysis. We should do this all the time, but we do not. So we do have an opportunity to do the alms round in the Kagyu Monlam. Now, some people in the past have said there's no point in doing this. What's the point of hanging $10,000 around your neck and going on sunyum, but then going on alms procession? But is it? I haven't seen many people who walk around with $10,000 worth of stuff around their neck, but there are people who do it. The main thing is there are people who are rich who have no stinginess, who are not miserly at all. It is not necessarily so that you are not generous or stingy if you are rich. There are some people. There are some people who have no resources and no wealth who are even more stingy. So it all depends upon your. So as the Buddha said, you must be content and have few desires. And we must remember this advice and keep it in mind. And in our own lives, we need to do what we can to decrease our desires and be content. And in this way, from our own perspective, we'll have a good influence on the world. And so this is why it's extremely important for us to have a good attitude. And so I'm not going to talk about so many important things. Now today the weather is not so bad. There's a little bit of rain. And if there's a red, and if it is raining, it'll be difficult for us to go on the conjured procession. So that is what I have to say today. Please turn to page 7. Page 7 for the 3 daily observances in Sanskrit. Or page 17. of the second edition, page 7 in the new edition, page 17 in the old. Now please kneel for the 3 daily observances in Sanskrit. I go for refuge to the Buddha. I go for refuge to the Dharma. I go for refuge to the Sangha. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who teaches beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the glorious victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. To the teacher Bhagavan Tathagata Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who teaches beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the glorious Victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the glorious victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. Sutra, the Recollection of the Three Jewels, on page 8. I prostrate to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. This way, the Bhagavan Buddha is a Tathagata Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness with conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Bhagavan Buddha. The Tathagata's compatible cause is merit. He does not waste the roots of virtue. He is fully adorned with the aspects of patience. He is the basis of treasuries of merit. He is adorned by the excellent signs. The flowers of his mocks are in bloom. His behavior is always appropriate. The Siddhartha is never disagreeable. He delights those enthusiastic with faith. His wisdom is beyond intimidation. His powers are beyond oppression. He is the teacher of all beings. He is the father of bodhisattvas. He is the king of Aryas. He leads beings to the city of Nirvana. His pristine wisdom is immeasurable. His confidence is inconceivable. His speech is utterly pure. It is melodic and was never satiated by the sight of him. His body is peerless. He is unstained by desire. He is utterly unstained by form. He is unmixed with the formless states. He is completely liberated from the skandhas. He is without the dhatus. His eyes are unrestrained. He is fully cut through the thoughts. He is utterly liberated from all affliction. He is liberated from craving. He has crossed the floods. His pristine wisdom is complete. He abides in the pristine wisdom of the Buddha, Bhagavan, Buddhas of the past, future, and present. He does not abide in nirvana. He abides in the ultimate perfection. He remains in a state of seeing all beings. These are the superior qualities of the Tathagata. The genuine Dharma is virtuous in the beginning, virtuous in the middle, and virtuous in the end. Its meaning is excellent. Its words are excellent. It is unmixed. It is utterly complete. It is utterly pure. It is utterly purifying. The Buddha Bhagavan taught the Dharma well. It is seeing perfectly. It is without sickness. It is timeless. It guides fully. Seeing it is meaningful. It is known by the wise through individual direct awareness. The Dharma Vinaya spoken by the Bhagavan was well explained. It is emancipation, it brings one to perfect awakening. It is without contradiction and has unity. It brings an end to movement. The Sangha of the Mahayana is engaged in goodness, is engaged in lucidity, it is engaged in truth, it is engaged in harmony, it is worthy of joined palms, it is worthy of prostration, It is a glorious fruit of merit. It is a great purification of alms. It is fit object of generosity. It is always a great object of generosity. This completes the sutra, the recollection of the three jewels. Please turn to page 15. Therefore, the great mantra of transcendent wisdom, the mantra of great awareness, the unsurpassed mantra, the mantra unequal to the unequaled, the mantra that completely pacifies all suffering is truth, for there is no deception. Excuse me, wrong page. Page 16. Do not do anything that's wrong. Conduct yourself with ultimate virtue. Completely tame your own mind. That is the teaching of the Buddhas. Like stars or seeing spots or candles, or like illusions dewdrop bubbles, like dreams or lightning or else clouds. View all composites in this way. By this merit may we attain omniscience, defeat the enemy wrongdoing, and free all wanderers from the ocean of existence, churned by great waves of birth, age, sickness, and death. You may sit comfortably. Turn to page 17 of the Monlam book. Page 31 of the Monlam book. For the refuge and bodhicitta on page 31. This is on page 24 of the second edition. Page 31 of the new, page 24 of the old.
Lavantu means, do you know?
May all be suspicious. Lavantu is a form of the verb to be.
Page 31. For refuge and bodhicitta on page 31. Page 31 of the new edition, page 24 of the old. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, the obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience, must have happiness, be free from suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete and perfect awakening. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience, must have happiness, be free from suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience, must have happiness, be free of suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. All beings throughout the reaches of space, take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddhas, supreme among human beings. We take refuge in the genuine Dharmas, supreme among all freedom from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sangha, supreme among all assemblies. All beings throughout the reaches of space take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddhas, supreme among all human beings. We take refuge in the genuine Dharmas, supreme among all freedoms from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sangha, supreme among assemblies. All beings throughout the reaches of space take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddha, supreme among human beings. We take refuge in the genuine Dharmas, supreme among all freedoms from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sanghas, supreme among assemblies. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and Sangha of Bodhisattvas too. Just as the Sugatas of the past aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed step by step the training of the bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and Sangha of Bodhisattvas too. Just as the Sugatas of the past aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed step by step the training of the bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and Sangha of Bodhisattva's tomb. Just as the Sugatas of the past aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed step by step the training of the bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training. Through the power of the truth, through the three jewels and their blessings, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of Buddha realms. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and their blessing, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of Buddha realms. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and the blessings, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of Buddha realms. In its center is a great palace blazing greatly with the 7 jewels. Their light rays completely, utterly fill innumerable white world realms. The palace has countless distinct features and is of immeasurable vastness. It is a place that utterly transcends the 3 realms. It utterly transcends the world. It has arisen from supramundane roots of virtue. It is utterly pure and has the character of masterful awareness. It is the abode of the Tathagatas. It has the Sangha of uncountable bodhisattvas, innumerable gods, nagas, yakshas, gandharvas, demigods, garudas, kinnaras, great serpents, humans and non-human beings move about within it. It is approached through the great joy and bliss of the taste of Dharma. It is a place where all benefit for all beings is perfectly accomplished. It is free from any harm of stay by the kleshas. All maras have been vanquished there. It has the array of the Tathagatas, features superior to all others. It is emancipation through great recollection, intelligence and realization. It is the mount on which great Shamatha and Vipassana ride. It is entered by the gates of liberation, emptiness, absence of attributes, and absence of wishes. The palace's foundation is a great king of jeweled lotuses adorned by boundless qualities. In its center are thrones composed of the various jewels of gods, nagas, humans, and others. Atop the thrones are mats of priceless divine and human fabrics. On those have been placed various resplendent, pure, stainless seats. Above those thrones fall such things as reins of parasols, canopies, banners, and bunting made of various jewels and colorful divine and human fabrics. We are on page 35 of the new edition, page 28 of the old. Page 35, or 28. As well, canopies, parasols, banners, and bunting are beautifully draped. The palace's walls are also beautified by nets and strings of jewels, silk, flowers, and by banners, bunting, and so forth. On the ground are scattered flowers of gods and humans, bountiful oceans of clouds of excellent, diverse, inconceivable, and inexhaustible offerings like those described in the Sutra of Three Sections, and the aspiration for excellent conduct, including offering water, flowers, incense, lamps, scented water, food, and music utterly fill the reaches of space. Good Vajrara, Nara, Marpa, Ilarepa, Borgampapa, Dusam Kempa, Yaps, Drogan Rechenpa and disciples. I make this offering to the Kagyu Gurus.
dance. Dance. Mary? Super. Et la honte? La base du vélo.
Sure. To inform everyone, because of the weather, we will have the reading of the conjure first and the procession later. So we will have the conjure procession, reading of the conjure first, and if weather permits, we will have the procession later. The reading of the conjure will precede the procession. The procession will only occur later if weather permits.
法友因下纳米的关系，决定此时在会场先进行大藏经的念诵，再视天气情况决定是否如期举行台经绕塔的活动。
Bhagavan Tathagata Arhat, completely perfect Buddha Shakyamuni. All Buddhas of the 10 directions and all Sanghas, Bodhisattvas and Shravakas, I invite you in order to purify the stains of the wrongdoing and downfalls of myself and all beings, and in order to increase our accumulation of merit. I implore your great compassion. Now is the time. I pray that you consider me. Page 37 or page 30 of the old book. O Siddhartha, I pray that you come here. O Deva of Devas, O leader, O bringer of joy, happiness and supreme joy, O renowned, unsurpassable healer, O you with all-seeing eyes, O equal of the unequaled, O you have peerless qualities and splendor, who have a body perfectly adorned by the excellent marks and signs, I pray that you come here. For each and every being, a protector, you vanquished the ferocious hordes of Mara. You know all things just as they are, Bhagavan. I pray you come here with your retinue. Bhagavan, who for many countless aeons trained in compassion out of love for beings, now it is the time to fulfill your vast aspirations by benefiting beings as you wished. I pray that out of the spontaneous palace of Dharmadhatu, you and your pure retinue will come displaying miracles and blessings to liberate infinite sentient beings. Foremost master of dharmas, with a complexion like the purest gold, more radiant than even the sun, I invite you with fervor. Peaceful and greatly compassionate, subdued, abiding in meditation. Unattached to dharmas with unobstructed, pristine wisdom, with utterly invincible power. Come here, peaceful and pure. Shakyamuni, great omniscient being. Your form embodies great goodness. I pray that you come to this place. Yes. Page 39, the middle of page 39, or bottom of page 32 in the old edition. Out of kindness toward me and all beings, through your miraculous power, I pray, Bhagavan, that you remain whenever I present offerings. The branch of welcome. The Bhagavan is welcome here. We have such merit and good fortune. We ask that you remain right here in order to accept our offerings. Page 40, the branch of ablution. Page 40, or page 33 in the old edition. Page 40, or page 33 in the old edition. Within the sweetly fragrant house for bathing, prepared with floors of crystal, bright and lustrous, attractive pillars all aglow with jewels, and hanging canopies of sparkling pearls. Just as all the gods offered ablution to the Buddha when he was born, in the same way I offer ablution with the pure water of the gods. Although the bodies, speech, and minds of the Buddhas have no afflictions, to purify the obscurations of body, speech, and mind of beings, I offer this ablution to the bodies, speech, and minds of the Buddhas. May the obscurations of body, speech, and mind of all beings be purified. From precious vases that have been well filled, with water imbued with many fragrances, I bathe the Sugatas and Bodhisattvas, accompanied by songs, symbols, and music. Next is the branch of drawing their bodies on page 41. Page 41 or page 34 in the old edition. With clean and finely scented cloths beyond compare, I dry their bodies. I offer them the finest robes, well dyed and with a lovely scent. I adorn the noble Samantabhadra, Manjushri, Lokeshvara, and others. With fabrics delicate and soft, and hundreds of the best adornments. Like polishing refined pure gold, I anoint with the best fragrances, whose scents waft a million worlds, the radiant bodies of all the Buddhas. reciting the You'll be reciting the praise from the ornament of sutras. We're reciting the praise from the ornament of the sutras, which is on, one moment please, which is on page 62. Page 62. I prostrate to you who have affection for beings, who intend that they have happiness and avoid suffering. Page 62. Who intend that they never be without joy, who intend the benefit and happiness of all. You, Shakyamuni, are definitely liberated from all obscurations. You overwhelm all worlds. Your wisdom pervades all objects of knowledge. I prostrate to you whose mind is liberated. You tame all kleshas of all sentient beings. You destroy all kleshas, yet are kind to those with kleshas. I prostrate to you. Spontaneously present, you are without attachment or impediment. Page 63 or page 56 of the old edition, and always in addition. I prostrate to you who answer all questions. I prostrate to you who dwell, whose intellect is always unimpeded, regarding what is to be taught, words and meaning, and the means of teaching, speech and wisdom. I prostrate, coming amongst you know our conducts. I prostrate to you who clearly teach us on our own languages what has been, what will be, and what emancipation. Anyone seeing you who knows you to be a holy being. I prostrate to you, the mere sight of whom causes great awe. I prostrate to you who have mastery over taking birth, remaining, and letting go. I prostrate to you, transformation, samadhi, and prescient wisdom. I prostrate to you who conquer the maras that deceive beings. That means pure refuge and purity. And the Mahayana patience. We are down the bottom of page 64. You are never other than omniscient. I prostrate to you have the authentic meaning. In benefiting beings, you are never untimely. Your meanings are always meaningful. I prostrate to you who are never forgetful. You regard every world during the 6 periods of each day and night. You have great compassion. I prostrate to you whose intention is to bring benefit. I prostrate to you who in your conduct, realization, pristine wisdom, and activity are superior to all Shravakas and Parateka Buddhas. You attained the all-accomplishing great awakening of the Trikaya. I prostrate to you who always resolve the doubts of all beings. I prostrate to you who have no avarice, no wrongdoing, no defilements, no indolence. You who never waver, you are without complexity toward all dharmas. Page 66. I prostrate to the giver, to the tigress, Shibi, Kosala, the 2 merchants, the rabbit. Agastya, the giver of flesh, Vishvantara, and the offerer, Indra, the Brahmin, Udbandayante, Suparaga, the fish, the quail, the jug, the rich man's son, the austere one, and the merchant. Awakening, the king of swans, Mahabodhi, the monkey, the Sharaba, the Ruru king, the monkey king, Shantivadra, the Brahma, the element, these 10s. Chandra, the renunciate in the iron building, Dishti, Pratijana, the water buffalo, the woodpecker, the captain, Suvarna, Kunda, the outcast, and Yashaprabha, these 10. The householder lamplight, the rabbit, Samgya, Payati, the 2 boys, Dhariti, Sukamdati, pleasant light, Padma, Lokananda, these 10. Brahmadatta, the seeker of Dharma, Jnanavati, Dalavaha, Adarshamukha, Koshalyavarta, Kumara, the Naga king, the beaver, the rishi, these 10. The 2 compassionate ones, Jyoti, Indra, the Brahma, the dancing girl, Mandata, the Naga king, the lion, and the boy Mega, these 10. the Bashvara, the Brahmin, the gambler, Peshala, the elephant, Udayana, Danika, Samanandi, Akasha, and Shushen, these 10. Mahasattva, Chandraprabha, Shivish, the Brahman, Sabpada Pradibhuta, the lion, the captain, Suddhana, Sushadeva, and Punyabala, Suprabha, the Rishi, Ketumala, Shamaka, Suryamala, the camel, Neme, Utpala, and the 2 bodhisattvas, these 10. I prostrate to you, the Buddha who performed the 12 qualities of the 12 deeds, who left Tushita, entered the womb, and were born. Mastered crafts, disported, renounced the world, engaged in austerities, branched the Bodhi tree, conquered the forces of Mara, attained awakening, turned the wheels of Dharma, and passed into Nirvana. May I, like you, perfect the qualities of these deeds for the benefit of others. Page 69 or page 62 of the old edition. Page 69 or page 62. Skilled in means from compassion, you took birth as a Shakyan. You vanquished the Mara's forces while others could not. Your body resplendent as a golden Mount Meru. O King of the Shakyas, I prostrate to you. It's you who at first roused the mind of enlightenment, then perfected the accumulation of merit. And wisdom, so vast are your deeds in this age. I praise you who are the protector of wanderers. You benefited gods, that knowing it was time to tame humans, you came down from heaven as an elephant. You looked at her womb and then cast and then entered the womb of the Queen Mahamaya. I prostrate to this deed. When 10 months had passed, you, son of the Shakyas, were born in the auspicious grove of Lumbini. Both Brahma and Indra bowed to you with your great marks. Of the family of enlightenment, I prostrate to this deed. A youth with great strength, a lion among men, you showed your great prowess at Angamagadha. You vanquished all people inflated with arrogance. You are without rival, I prostrate to this deed. In order to act in accord with the ways of the world and avert any censure, you took a retinue of queens. Thus through means that were skillful, you governed your kingdom. I prostrate to this deed. You saw the affairs of samsara are pointless and left your household going off in the sky. Near the stupa of great purity, you by yourself went forth to ordain. I prostrate to this deed. With a thought to accomplish enlightenment through effort, for 6 years you practiced austerities on the banks of the Neranjana, and perfecting your diligence, you gained the supreme jhana. I prostrate to this deed. as your efforts from beginningless time had a purpose. In Magadha, under the tree of enlightenment, unmoving you sat and manifestly awakened to perfect enlightenment. I prostrate to this deed. You soon, with compassion, regarded all wanderers, and in Varanasi and other great places, you turned the wheel of Dharma, thus bringing your disciples into the three vehicles. I prostrate to this deed. To vanquish the evil objections of others, in the land of Varanasi you subdued the demons, the 6 Tiratika teachers, Devadatta and others. The sage triumphed in battle. I prostrate to this deed. Your quality is unparalleled in the 3 realms. In Shravasti you displayed wondrous miracles. All gods and humans make you great offerings. You spread the teachings. I prostrate to this deed. In order to encourage all those who are lazy to the Dharma, on Kushanagara's good clean ground, you departed the deathless Vajra-like body and passed to Nirvana. I prostrate to this deed. Because in reality there is no destruction, and so that beings of the future gain merit. In that very place you left many relics, the 8 parts of your remains. I prostrate to this deed. Page 73, the offerings for the daughter near the lamp of 3 jewels. All sorts of flowers, canopies of flowers. Flower arrangements radiant with light. Page 73 or page 66 of the old edition. Diverse flowers spread everywhere I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of incense, canopies of incense. Incense arrangements radiant with light. Diverse incense spread everywhere I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of fragrance, canopies of fragrance. Fragrant arrangements radiant with the right light. Not diverse fragrances spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of garlands, canopies of garlands, garland arrangements radiant with light. Diverse garlands spread everywhere I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of powders, canopies of powder, powdered arrangements radiant with light, diverse powders spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. All sorts of fabrics, canopies of fabrics, fabric arrangements radiant with light. Diverse fabrics spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. All sorts of parasols, canopies of parasols, parasol arrangements radiant with light. Diverse parasols spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. All sorts of jewels, canopies of jewels, jewel arrangements radiant with light. Diverse jewels spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. All sorts of lotuses, canopies, lotus arrangements radiant with light. Diverse lotuses spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. All sorts of ornaments, canopies of ornaments, ornamental arrangements radiant with light. Diverse ornaments spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. Supreme victory banners emitting bright light rays, those banners white, yellow, red, blue, and of diverse colors and array. With many of these I decorate the Buddha's realms. Parasols decorated by diverse nets of jewels, well draped with ribbons, banners, and nets of little bells resounding with the Buddha's speech. I hold these over the Tathagata's heads. From the palms of my hand I present inconceivable offerings, just as I would offer them to a single Buddha. I offer them in the same way to all Buddhas without exception. Such is the miraculous display of the Buddha's Samadhi. To the Buddhas, those the Skand and the supremely sacred Dharma, spotless and supremely rare. To the Buddha's offerings, oceans of good qualities, I make a perfect offering. I offer every flute and flower, every kind of healing draught, and all the precious gems the world contains, with all pure waters of refreshments, every mountain wrought of precious jewels. All sweet and lonely forest grows, the trees of paradise adorned with blossoms, trees with branches bowed with perfect fruit. Perfume fragrances of divine and other realms, all incense-wishing trees, trees of gems, all cups that grow without the tiller's care, and every sumptuous object worthy to be offered, Lakes and mirrors adorned with lotuses, delightful with sweet-voiced cries of water birds, and everything claimed and free, extending to the margins of the boundless sky. I hold them all before my mind, and to the mighty sage, the greatest of our kind. To his heirs I make a perfect offering. Sublime recipients, compassionate lords, think with me of love, accept these gifts of mine. For destitute of merit, I am very poor. I have no other wealth, and so protectors, you whose wise intentions are for others' goods, in your great power, receive them for my sake. Enlightened ones in all your bodhisattva eras, I offer you my body throughout all my lives. Supreme courageous ones, accept me totally. Page 78. For with devotion I will be your slave. For if you will accept me, I will be undaunted by samsara and will act for being's sake. I place before the mighty sages perfect objects of my worship, glorious flowers and like lotus and mandarava. The utpala and other fragrant blossoms, worked and twined in lovely scented garlands. I will offer swelling crowns of frankincense whose ambient perfume ravishes the mind, and various foods of every kind of drink, all delicacies worthy of the gods. I will offer precious lamps arranged in rows on lotuses of gold, a carpet of sweet flowers scattering upon the level incense-sprinkled ground. To those whose very nature's compassion, who give vast palaces resounding with a fair praise, all decked with precious jewels, pearls, and beauteous pendant gems, gleaming jewels that deck the amplitude of space. Fair and precious parasols adorned with golden shafts are bordered around the hems of precious jewels, upright, well-proportioned, pleasing to the eye. All this again I give to the Buddha. A host of other offerings and clouds of ravishing sweet melody that solaces the pain of living beings arise and constantly abide. May the rhymes of flowers and every precious gem fall in an unceasing rain upon the jewels of sacred jar. Images and all supports for offering. Just as Manjugasha and the like made offering to all the conquerors, I do likewise to all the Buddhas, our protectors, and all their bodhisattva heirs.
Turn to page 270, the supplication of the 25 chariots, page 270 in the new edition, page 253 in the second edition. Personification of the three roots, Acharya Padmasambhava, Great Abbot, Shantarakshita, Dharma King Trisong, Nupchen Sangye Yeshe, and Yangto Nime Ozer, I pray to the five chariots of word and treasure. Vajradhara in person, the great guru of Sakya, Kungpa Ningpo, Sonam Tsemo, Drapa Gyaltsen, Sakya Pandita and Pakpa Rinpoche, I pray to the noble lords, the five forefathers. Hevajra in person, Marpa Chukilodro, Milarepa, the peerless Gampopa, Dusum Kempa and Pakmo Drupa, the protector of beings. I pray to the five Kagyu forefathers. The protector Amitabha in person, Sri Dipankara, Gyalwe Jungne, Chenga Tsutrimbar, Rinchen Sal and Shonu Gyaltsen. I pray to the five Kadampa spiritual friends. Manjushri in person, the noble lord Tsongkhapa, Gyaltsap Chuje, Katrip Gilek Pel, Gendun Drup and Penchen Chuke Gyaltsen. I pray to the five Manjushris. Through the blessing of praying in this way, may I and others have long lives without sickness and behave in accord with the Dharma. May we be cared for by genuine spiritual friends and quickly reach the stage of awakening. May the feet of all Dharma traditions holders remain firm for 100 kalpas. May their activities spread to the 10 directions. May the Sangha and the Dharma of study and practice increase. May the three worlds be filled with the radiance of auspiciousness. Continuing, page 272, the short Vajradhara lineage prayer. Great Vajradhara, Telo, Naropa, Marpa, Mila, Dharma Lord Gampopa. The knower of the 3 times, omniscient Karmapa. Those who hold the 4 elder and 8 younger lineages. The Drikung, Taklung, and Salpa, Great Drukpa, and others who've mastered Mahamudra's profound path. Unequaled protectors of beings, Dakpo Kagyu, we supplicate you, Kagyu Gurus. We uphold your lineage. Please bless us to follow your example. Revulsion's the foot of meditation, as it's taught. As ones with no craving for food and wealth, who cut all the ties to this life. Please bless us to have no attachment to honor or to gain. Devotion's the head of meditation, as it is taught. As one who prays to the Lama who opens the gate to the treasury of oral instructions, please bless us to develop genuine devotion. The main practice is being undistracted, as it is taught. As ones who, whatever arises, rest simply, not altering in just that fresh essence of thought, please bless us with the practice that's free of conception. The essence of thoughts, the Dharmakaya, as it is taught, not anything at all, yet arising as anything. In unceasing play, we arise. Please bless us to realize samsara and nirvana inseparable. In all our births, may we never be separate from the perfect Guru, enjoying the Dharma's splendor, perfecting the qualities of the paths and levels. May we quickly reach the state of Vajradhara. Turning to page 81. 81 in the new version, 74 in the second version, the sutra in 3 sections, page 81. I state your name, Karma Chinlitai. Take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. I prostrate to the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, Shakyamuni. I prostrate to conquerors with Vajragarbha. I prostrate to precious radiant light. I prostrate to Naga, king of Naga rulers. I prostrate to Virasena. I prostrate to glorious joy. I prostrate to precious fire. I prostrate to precious moonlight. I prostrate to sea. I prostrate to precious moon. I prostrate to Vimala. I prostrate to Viradatta. I prostrate to Brahma. I prostrate to Brahmadatta. I prostrate to Water Deva. I prostrate to Deva of Water Devas. I prostrate to glorious goodness. I prostrate to glorious sandalwood. I prostrate to boundless splendor. I prostrate to glorious light. I prostrate to glorious Ashoka. I prostrate to Narayana. I prostrate to glorious flower. I prostrate to the Tathagata, manifest wisdom display of Brahma's light rays. I prostrate to the Tathagata, manifest wisdom display of lotus light rays. I prostrate to glorious wealth. I prostrate to glorious recollection. I prostrate to utterly renowned glorious name. I prostrate to the King at the peak of the victory banner of powers. I prostrate to glorious total overcomer. I prostrate to utterly victorious over warfare. I prostrate to goes by overcoming. I prostrate to glorious array of ubiquitous light. I prostrate to precious lotus who overcomes. I prostrate to the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, king among lords of mountains who abides on a precious lotus. You and all the Tathagata Arhat, completely perfect Buddhas who abide in the world realms of the 10 directions, as many as you may be, all you Bhagavan Buddhas, I pray that you consider me. I admit all the wrongdoing I have committed in this birth, in other births, and throughout my beginningless births, while circling in samsara. Wrongdoing committed by me, as well as the encouragement of wrongdoing and rejoicing in wrongdoing, including the theft of the wealth of stupas, the theft of the wealth of sanghas, or the wealth of the sanghas in the 4 directions, the encouragement of such theft and the rejoicing in such theft, as well as the commission of the 5 worst actions, the encouragement of such actions and the rejoicing in such actions, as well as entrance into the full acceptance of the path of the 10 unvirtuous actions, the encouragement of such entrance and the rejoicing in such entrance. Also, whatever actions will, through their obscuration, cause migration to hell, migration to birth as an animal, migration to the realms of the hungry ghosts, birth in a borderland, birth as a barbarian, birth among long-lived gods with incomplete faculties, the holding of wrong views, or birth in a place to which no Buddha will come. In the presence of the Bhagavan Buddhas, who have pristine wisdom, who have eyes, who are witnesses, who are impeccable, who are wise, who see, I admit all the obscuring actions. I reveal them, I confess them, I do not conceal them. I vow to abstain from them henceforth. All you Bhagavan Buddhas, I pray that you consider me. I rejoice in all the roots of virtue I have ever generated, including those generated in this birth, those generated in births, and those generated throughout my beginningless births while circling in samsara, including all acts of generosity, even the gift of 1 mouthful of food to a being born as an animal. All virtues coming from my observance of morality, all virtue coming from my abiding in brahmacharya, all roots of virtue coming from my ripening beings, all roots of virtue coming from my bodhicitta, all roots of virtue coming from unsurpassable, pristine wisdom. I collect all those roots of virtue and combining them into one, I utterly dedicate them to what is unexcelled, unsurpassable, and supreme. I utterly dedicate them to unsurpassable, perfect, complete awakening. I utterly dedicate them just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the past utterly dedicated roots of virtue. Just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the future will utterly dedicate them, and just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the present are utterly dedicating them. I confess all wrongdoing. I rejoice in all merit. I pray to all Buddhas. May I achieve unsurpassable, pristine wisdom. With my palms joined, I wholly take refuge in all Buddhas, the best of humanity, who abide in the present, who abided in the past, and who are yet to come. All those who acclaimed qualities are like boundless oceans. Page 87, Confession from the Light of Gold Stupa. All Buddhas, holiest of all humans, whose minds have kindness and compassion, who abide in the worlds in the 10 directions, I pray that you consider me. Having entered your presence, you who have the 10 strengths, I confess all the unbearable wrongdoing I have done up to now. Whatever wrongdoing I have done through not trusting my parents, through not trusting Buddhas, and through not trusting virtuous actions. Whatever wrongdoing I have done through the arrogance of the vanity of wealth, the vanity of noble family and poverty, or the arrogance or vanity of youth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done, whatever I have done that is wrong, or thought that was wrong, or said, through not seeing it as wrong, the actions of a childish mind, a mind darkened by ignorance, a mind influenced by unvirtuous companions, a mind agitated by kleshas. Whatever wrongdoing I have done, out of a delight in play, out of misery, out of sickness, or out of discontent with my wealth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done through the influence of ignoble beings, through jealousy, greed, pretense, concealment, or poverty. Whatever wrongdoing I have done at times of desperation and ruin, when my desires were impeded or because I lacked wealth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done under the power of an unstable mind, under the power of desire and anger, or when threatened by hunger and thirst. Whatever wrongdoing I have done for the sake of food and drink, for the sake of sex, possessions, or clothing, through the anguish of various kleshas. Whatever wrongdoing of the three types, misdeeds of body, speech, or mind, I have done and accumulated, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown Buddhas, the Dharma, or Shravakas, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown Pratyekya Buddhas, or Bodhisattvas, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown teachers of genuine Dharma, or Dharma itself, I confess all of this. The rejection of genuine Dharma and the disrespect of my parents through my continual ignorance, I confess all of this. My obscuration by foolishness, childishness, desire, anger, bewilderment, pride, and arrogance, I confess all of this. Page 92, the branch of generating bodhicitta, page 92 in the new book. I will present offerings to those with the 10 strengths and all the worlds of the 10 directions. I will rescue all the beings in the directions from their suffering. I will establish all innumerable beings on the 10 levels. Having abided on the 10 levels, may they all become Tathagatas. Until I have the ability to free them all from the ocean of suffering, I will engage in action for the sake of each one of them for 1,000,000 kalpas. I will teach this Light of Gold Sutra, which purifies all karma and presents the profound to all those beings. Someone who has for 1,000 kalpas done unthinkable wrong will purify all of it through one full confession. As I have done this confession through the virtue of the Light of Gold Sutra that quickly and perfectly exhausts karmic obscurations, I will abide on the 10 levels, the 10 supreme sources of the pressure. I will manifest the Buddha's qualities. I will liberate beings from the ocean of samsara. The qualities of oceans of Buddhas are deep and vast. In omniscience, I will perfect all those inconceivable qualities. Through hundreds of thousands of samadhis, inconceivable dharani, the powers, the strengths, and the branches of awakening, I will accomplish the sublime 10 strengths. I pray that, understanding me, Buddhas, you regard me. I pray that with compassion, you accept my faults. My mind is miserable, desperate, and oppressed by a fear at the thought of all the wrongdoing I have done up to now throughout 100 kalpas. I am terrified by wrongdoing. My mind is always depressed. I am not pleased by what I have done. All Buddhas are compassionate. You remove dangers for all. I pray that you accept my faults. Free me from fear. Tathagatas, dispel the stains of my karma and kleshas. Buddhas, I pray that you wash me with the water of your compassion. I confess all wrongdoing, whatever I have done in the past, and my wrongdoing of the present. I confess all of it. I vow not to repeat henceforth all the faulty actions I have done. Whatever I have done that is wrong, I will not conceal it. The 3 actions of body, the 4 of speech, and the 3 of mind, I confess all of them. Done with my body, said with my speech, or thought in my mind. The 10 actions, I confess them all. Having abandoned the 10 unvirtuous actions, I will rely on the 10 virtuous actions. I will abide on the 10 levels. I will accomplish the 10 strengths. Having entered the presence of the Buddhas, I confess all the unvirtuous actions, the causes of undesired results that I have done. The branch of rejoicing, page 96. And I rejoice in all that is the merit of all victors and the Buddha's children, Pratyekya Buddhas, learners and non-learners, of all the wanderers of the 10 directions. I rejoice in all the virtuous actions done by anyone in this Jambudvipa or in other world realms. I request all those guardians who have wakened to Buddhahood and found detachment, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, to turn the wheel that cannot be surpassed. With my palms joined, I supplicate that all those who wish to demonstrate nirvana to stay for as many eons as there are atoms in the realms, to aid and bring well-being to all wanderers. Page 98, the dedication from the dedication of the Vajra. Oh, I'm sorry. So what would this be? 49. Page 113, the aspiration from the Ratnavali, page 113. Through the merit of my doing that and all I have done and not done, may all beings have unsurpassable bodhicitta. May all beings have stainless, complete faculties. May they pass beyond all unleisured states. May they have freedom of conduct. May they have good livelihood. May all beings have jewels in their hands and unlimited resources of all types that will remain as long as samsara lasts. May all women become powerful persons forever. May all beings have awareness and means. May all beings have luster, fine form, and magnificence. May they be pleasing to see, healthy, strong, and long-lived. May they all become skillful, free from all suffering, immersed in the 3 jewels, and have the great wealth of Buddha Dharma. May they be adorned by love, compassion, joy, impartiality in the face of affliction, generosity, morality, patience, diligence, meditation, and wisdom. May they complete the accumulations, manifest the signs and marks, and continuously traverse the 10 inconceivable levels. May I too be adorned by those qualities and by others as well. May I be freed from all faults and have supreme love for all beings. May I fulfill all the hopes and wishes of all beings. May I always dispel the sufferings of all beings. May all the beings in all worlds who are saddened through fear become utterly fearless, just by hearing my name. May anyone who sees me, thinks of me, or even hears my name become fully lucid, undisturbed, and sane. May they perfect awakening. May their perfect awakening be certain. In all their lives may they attain the 5 clairvoyances. May they, at all times and in all ways, bring benefit and happiness to all beings. May all beings in all worlds who want to engage in wrongdoing be all at once and forever prevented from harming anyone. Like earth, water, fire, and air, like medicine and the trees in the wilderness, may I be always available to all beings for them to use as they wish. May I cherish beings like life itself. May I cherish them more than myself. May their wrongdoing ripen for me. May all my virtue ripen for them. As long as any beings remain unliberated, even if I have attained unsurpassable awakening, may I remain. We'll have a 20-minute break. A break for 20 minutes. nice for them to see what it is. Otherwise, it just starts and they don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah. Okay.
So I like to leave it for them just a second for them to see it.
Yeah. Okay. Flashing by.
Yeah, it's quick, but
This idea that there's something happening.
when reading this, because you have to go kind of fast, it sounds like birth among long-lived gods with incomplete faculties.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if you added birth, if it would make it more clear.
Then you'd have birth here as well. Probably would make it more clear.
Something to think about.
It seems like a never-ending process.
Absolutely, absolutely. With something this vast, you know, all these little things, I mean, with different people translating, I mean,
Yeah.
to make it consistent.
Make it consistent. Yeah.
And as you know, translations, especially if you've translated it, it's never done.
It's never done yet.
It's never done.
Other than the obvious mistakes, I think I want to
Yeah,
just
that's a
leave
good.
it as it is. And this one is said almost a decade. So fine until the next decade. Frankly, I don't want to do too many more.
I understand. Once you've worked with something for so long, you can barely stand to look at it again, right? I mean,
There's so many other things to do.
yeah, right. That's true too. Yeah.
đặt đây kia phát cân đọc đó. Tụi to lắm không đi được. Người này nói là đọc xong.
I don't know if it's just the network or if it's his number.
Là hết đi chứ.
Didn't go.
No, it says Abibande.
What does that mean? It's embarrassing how little Hindi and Nepali I know.
Imagine not giving me the message option.
Oh, here he is.
I was just about to call him and see if he's still alive.
You look better. You don't sound much better, but you look better.
Just went to sleep.
Đây, có này ở đấy. Không biết là
Most people say field of accumulation, but I always feel, I usually say something afterwards to describe it, the objects of refuge or something.
It makes perfect sense in Sanskrit, and it's come to mean make sense in Tibetan. It still makes no sense in English.
Yeah.
Sort of like the sources, the Shin is like, for the Kagyu Lao, it's the sources of refuge. So it's the sources of
Sources. It like needs a long explanation. It's like, in order to accumulate the accumulations, you need a worthy object. So this is like a.
Maybe the Shin has a meaning of place when you plant the seed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe.
so you accumulate somewhere in the field, then you grow.
But further, you also need to say that in order to accumulate merit, you need an object that's worthy of your prostrations, your confession, your.
But you see, when you translate, you don't necessarily have to give a commentary. You have to give something that's going to give the clue to it. So if you say something like the sources of the accumulations, then that's
But are they the source of the accumulation?
not really the source. In the same way, you can say, are the Kagyu, are they the sources of refuge? Not really, because refuge really comes from yourself. When we say sources of refuge for Kagyu,
I think that works though, because that's the meaning, right?
yeah. Objects of refuge, the Shing, no, I'm not 100% convinced that sources of accumulations is right either. But it's a little bit better than field of accumulations. The only advantage that field of accumulation has is that it sort of makes you think that there's something here you don't understand, so you want to learn more about what it is and you ask about it.
At least you don't think you know what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's good if you don't really understand, then you ask for explanation.
That's right.
Like for random Tibetans, once you practice, you won't really understand what makes so Shin. It makes so much sense, even in Tibetan.
It comes from a literal translation of the Sanskrit. So I wonder if the Sanskrit chapter, so this is the way you do it. Then you look it up in the dictionaries in Sanskrit. You find out if chatra actually has a different meaning in Sanskrit than just field. Chatra, yeah. So you go to the Kagyu Williams dictionary.
That's maybe closer to my space.
Yeah, the origin. Let's say saying soil in there, like origin there. Fertile soil.
But it's much better than field, I think.
Yeah.
Also, this where is it going? Like a holy place or something? Sacred spot of
place of pilgrimage. So then is there some...
Then it could almost go to presence, you know?
Place, let's see if there's any words of place there. Venue.
of almost like the support, but the support doesn't go to the literal meaning of the word. You know?
With soil, you're not going to have any, or perhaps even less understandable.
It'd be interesting to ask Trongar Miche, Gyaltsen Miche, what they think about it, how they would describe it. You know?
I think in the torture true meaning, I just use field of accumulation.
I don't remember.
Wait, where is your boat?
At home. At home.
Right?
Yes.
It's kind of become a
Last night,
technical
sister,
term. You know?
bowl.
Buddhists know what you mean when you say it. Older Buddhists know what you mean when you say it. So
Yeah.
Then Sirin, sister.
we just get numb to it, you know.
No, everywhere you go,
There are a lot of terms like
Yes.
that.
Sister, give here and sleep. Then so he doesn't come and read.
everywhere you go, what
Like
in market,
purify the obscurations.
You have to know what the obscurations are in order to know what's meant by that. Purifying is pretty clear.
But you don't want pure obscurations. If you purify water, you get pure water.
Yeah. Good idea.
If you purify obscurations,
Tấn có ngủ để đây thật.
purified of obscurations,
Rớt cái bát không rớt. Cái để đây đó. Mấy ông bảo nhất là mình nói cái gì để cái này lên đây. Chị nhấn đây đi, mấy tờ chị nhấn đặt đi, một tờ xin đâu có tờ đi. Đây mất rồi. Xin đâu ngày này một tờ.
Lama Chuki Singh has brought that up to me.
We're being broadcast.
I see, I see, I see.
I'm going to turn it off there anyways, but
What do you think about that? If you purify the ground, the purification of the ground, now you get a pure ground. Do you purify the obscurations?
what is the nature of the obscurations?
So it's enlightened mind. But nobody thinks like that. And I don't think that's what the meaning isn't that exactly, right? I mean, it could be in some context, actually.
how do you translate the Vijay of number Vijay? Number imperceptible form. Vijay?
Tibetan words are often difficult. So you look at the Sanskrit word, then you look that up in one of your Williams dictionary, you often get something much more understandable. But if you think about the meaning, Vichan, you can perceive it. Let's see if he comes back or not.
More will be revealed.
What?
More will be revealed. Or not revealed.
We don't have a whole lot of work in the next session. So.
This is our one. There aren't really going to be any words to hear. Everybody's going to be chanting individually.
Right.
So
I mean, I've been here before with it, but more at the Mahabodhi. I'm drawn to do my practice, my own practice, but I didn't. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, just trying to check with you. Yeah.
We can recommend to people that they recite these sutras, read the texts in the book, or they recite the sutras of Chogya, the Heart Sutra, and the Sutra of the Reflection of the Three Jewels, and so forth, that are found in the books.
yeah, that's great. That's great. Same, yeah?
What?
Same.
Same. You might have to transverse that.
Until I reach enlightenment, I go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma and the Supreme Sangha. by acting generously and so forth, may I become a Buddha to help beings. Until I reach enlightenment, I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Sangha. By acting generously and so forth, may I become a Buddha to help beings. Until enlightenment, I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Sangha. By acting generously and so forth, may I become a Buddha to help beings. May all sentient beings be happy and have the causes of happiness. May they be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May they dwell in the happiness free of, never be parted from happiness, and may they dwell in the great equanimity far of partiality for those near and far. May all sentient beings be happy and have the causes of happiness. May they be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be parted from the suffering, from the happiness free of suffering. May they dwell in the great equanimity free of bias towards those near and far. May all sentient beings be happy and of the causes of happiness. May they be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May they dwell in the great happiness, free of partiality towards those near and far. This is a purification of the ground. For each and every being, a protector. You defeat the ferocious hordes of Mara. You know all things just as they are, Bhagavan. I pray you come here with your retinue. Bhagavan, who for many countless eons trained in compassion out of love for beings. Now is the time to fulfill your aspirations by benefiting beings as you wished. Equal to the billion-fold world realms. I do pray that you sit on this lotus that is just as the gods offered ablution to the Buddha when he was born. In the same way, I offer ablution with the pure water of the gods. I make this offering to the unmovable body. May I offer a cheese of Vajrabhadra. Make other offerings, music, and so forth. May this become a cloud that dispels the suffering of beings. Page 613. I prostrate to all lines among humans, as many as appear, excepting none. In the 3 times in worlds of 10 directions, sincerely with my body, speech, and mind. With the power of this prayer for excellent conduct, I fully prostrate to all victors with as many bodies as atoms in all realms. With all the victors right before my mind. Upon one atom, as numerous as atoms, are Buddhists in the midst of bodhisattvas. I thus imagine that victorious ones completely fill the entire Dharma expanse. With sounds from oceans of melodious traits, I extol the qualities of all the victors, whose oceans of praiseworthies will never run dry, and praise all of the Sugatas. I make an offering to these victors of the best of flowers and the finest garlands, symbols and ointments, the best parasols, the best of lamps, and incense the most fine. I make an offering to these victors of the finest robes, the finest fragrances, and powders in heaps equal to Mount Meru, arranged in the most sublime of displays. I also imagine offering to all victors that which is vast and unsurpassable. I offer and bow to the victors with the power of faith and excellent conduct. Under the power of influence, desire, hatred, and ignorance, I have committed wrongs, using my body, speech, and also mind. I confess each and every one, and I rejoice in all that is the merit of all the victors and the Buddha's children. But I take a Buddha's learners and non-learners, of all the wanderers of the 10 directions. I request all those guardians who have detachment, wakened to Buddhahood and found detachment, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, to turn the wheel that cannot be surpassed. With my palms joined, I supplicate all those who wish to demonstrate nirvana to stay, as many eons as atoms in all realms, to aid and bring well-being to all wanderers, to dedicate to enlightenment whatever slight merit I have gathered from prostrating and offering, confessing and rejoicing, requesting and from making supplications. Vajrama. Om Vajrabhumi Ahom. The ground is the powerful golden earth. Page 616. Second line, page 616. Om Vajrareke Ahom. The outside is encircled by a ring of iron mountains. In the center is the king of mountains, Mount Meru. To the east, a superior body, and to the south rose up a land, to the west, bountiful cow, and to the north, unpleasant sound. Deha and Videha, Chamara and Apavara, Shata and Upadara Mantarana, Kaurav and Kaurava, the mountain of jewels, wish-fulfilling tree, the cow who fulfills wishes. The untilled crops, the precious wheel, the precious jewel, the precious queen, the precious minister, the precious elephant, the precious horse, the precious general, the vase of great treasure, the maiden of charm, the maiden of garlands, the maiden of song, the maiden of flowers, the maiden of incense, the maiden of lamps, the maiden of perfume, the sun, the moon, the jeweled parasol, the banner victorious in all directions, and in the center all the resplendent wealth of gods and humans, none left out, more numerous than the atoms in all the infinite oceans. I offer this to the Gurus, Yadams, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Hirus, Dakinis, and gatherings of Dharma protectors. I pray you accept this with compassion for the sake of beings. I ask that you then grant your blessings. The earth perfumed with scented water, strewn with flowers, graced with the Mount Mero, the four lands, the sun, and the moon, I visualize to be a Buddha realm and offer so that all beings may enjoy a perfectly pure realm. To the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who dwell in the 3 times and 10 directions, as well as to the Guru Vajra masters and Yidam deities with their retinues. To all the Sukatas of the 3 times, I gather in a single mandala, Mount Meru along with the 4 continents, 1 billion sets of the 4 continents, 1,000 billion and 1,000,000 billion, and offer it to the great beings with the longing. I pray you accept it with compassion. Once you've accepted it, please grant your blessings. Mandala Puja Mega Sama Sapar Samaye Ahon. By offering this fine pleasing mandala, may there be no obscurations on the path of Bodhi. May I realize the intent of the Sukatas of the 3 times. Neither confused in existence nor dwelling in peace, may I free all sentient beings throughout space. Father, whatever. This is the praise of the 12 deeds. On page 69, skilled in means from compassion, you took birth as a Shakyan. You vanquished Mara's forces while others could not. Page 69 or page 62 of the 2nd edition. Your bodies resplendent as golden Mount Mero, King of the Shakyas, I prostrate to you. It's you who at first roused the mind of enlightenment, then perfected the accumulations of merit and wisdom. So vast are your deeds in this age. I praise you who are the protectors of wanderers. We're on page 69. You benefited gods, then knowing it was time to tame humans, you came down from heaven as an elephant. You looked at her caste and then entered the womb of the Queen Mahamaya. I prostrate to this deed. When 10 months had passed, you, son of the Shakyas, were born in the auspicious grove of Lumbini. Both Brahma and Indra bowed to you with your great marks of the family of enlightenment. I prostrate to this deed. A youth with great strength, a lion among men, you showed your great prowess at Anga Magadha. You vanquished all people inflated with arrogance. You are without rival. I prostrate to this deed. In order to act in accord with the ways of the world and avert any censure, you took a retinue of queens. Thus through means that were skillful, you governed your kingdom, I prostrate to this deed. You saw the affairs of samsara are pointless and left your household going off in the sky. Near the stupa of great purity, you by yourself went forth to ordain. I prostrate to this deed. With the thought to accomplish enlightenment through effort. For 6 years you practiced austerities on the banks of the Naranjana, and in perfecting your diligence you gained the supreme dana. I prostrate to this deed. As your efforts from beginningless time had a purpose. In Magadha, under the tree of enlightenment, unmoving you sat and manifestly awakened to perfect enlightenment. I prostrate to this deed. You soon with compassion regarded all wanderers, and at Varanasi and other great places, you turned the wheel of Dharma, thus bringing your disciples into the 3 vehicles. I prostrate to this deed. To vanquish the evil objections of others. In the land of Varanasi, you subdued the demons. The 6 Tirthika teachers, Devadatta and others. The sage triumphed in battle, I prostrate to this deed. Your qualities unparalleled in the 3 realms. In Shravasti you displayed wondrous miracles. All gods and humans make you great offerings. You spread the teachings, I prostrate to this deed. In order to encourage all those who are lazy to the Dharma on Kushinagar's good clean ground. You departed the deathless Vajra-like body and passed to Nirvana. I prostrate to this deed. Because in reality there is no destruction, and so that the beings of the future gain merit. In that very place you left many relics, the 8 parts of your remains. I prostrate to this deed. Legend. We are now reading the collected words of the Buddha, the Kanjur. The members of the Sangha have been distributed pages to read, and so everyone is reading these words together. We will complete the entire reading of the Kanjur in about 1 hour's time. If you are unable to read Tibetan and unable to participate in that manner, you can participate instead by reading the sutras that are found in the Monlam book. There is the Sutra of the Recollection of Three Jewels on page 8. There is the Heart Sutra on page 12. There are the two sutras of Akshobhya, which are found on page 487. And so you can participate yourselves by reading these sutras at your own pace. So if just read them through them all once or twice or as many times as you like. And if you get tired, you can relax and meditate and rest and so forth. Samma
네,
네,
I can post one after this lecture.
You can go. You can go. You can look, we're done. Maybe dedication at the end, nothing.
Where is Kevin Butcher's stay?
At the Sujata.
Sujata Road?
Don't know.
Because if
Daytime's not good. Later is better.
after Butcher,
Lunchtime, not much time. So after puja,
after Butcher,
maybe lunchtime is okay, depending on what time it finishes. Right?
is lunch,
I don't know.
no, not sure. But usually you go back,
He goes back.
last day.
Nighttime is maybe.
Nighttime, it's better. So get the cheese, so usually you get it. Okay. Get to the all day.
Nothing to read. So no need to worry. Nothing to read.
So.
Does he have anything, any connection at all with Kagyu? I don't know. We'll have a light projection for that.
네, 가장 저는 것이 지금 2층 샤나가
아,
마만 초딩에 펴고 그 말이 지나봐 다다 카시에 파 땅요 사마 펴고 말 카시에 대선 동반 동야요래 개처 넘바 사마 파마 안 페로지 시야인 투지 Kagyu chugo le penkin ke gelon namba yan dingcha thola yongken chama nani la na pini chugor ke yeyong la yogde nan risare te chedu gang la yongken ke gelon kembo namba ta ani chin namba la hyaya la teni dagam nam go ya mare dingwan nam go ya mare ta goya de kare go ya rachne chugu dan namja ni de teni jawang yijin no ke kalob lamdo na na yin ke teni yabo namne chugu dumbor go wa sa song ba na yin ke teni yabo teni pero chi hyaya yin teni yenda gelon namba chi namba lolo chene yuro chi tata kanjur son sabe jila thukpa tando chene tabdik che de yore thukpa ancho zanju son ne teni chi namba lolo chi yuro chi shayen to che
마산 제메셔라 바로지 마제메가 남쟁어 소소라레 예제제여바 대좀자외 염라자자로 엔데게 다제 되바테 진나 좀 된데 야바 자가 봉보르라 자론제 겐데 전보다 자주 선바 겐데 전보다 도지도 쇼데 대제 좀 된데 소모노시 주제 남단제 내년절라 녀머로 쇼소 양대제 전조 선보선보 바바제레제 원절라 샤랍게 바로도 젬보 소모저바닐라 남라다시 포모가보 대달라야 라신게 동반 남라다 테네잔제게 드자단데 마샤레브 전조 선보 선보 젬보 바바제레 원절라 되게제 메소 레게보 레게보 칸라라 샤랍게 바로도 젬 Samajabradabade, Chidalabarcha, Digeje, Mebada, Josamba Zamba, Pabajereze, Wanjage, Zedanamba Sharet, Debula, Digeje, Mes, Sharibu, Regepom, Khan, Lala Sharabye, Parado, Jem, Samajabradabade, Dedanamrada, Chade, Pumbangaba, Dajan, Rashinge, Tombayan, Tabra Jesota, So Tombavo, Tombanye, Sole Tombanye, Shemaya, Tombalejan, So Shemaya, Tejindo. Chamadan, Chavameba, Kamameba, Sharebo, Tadaname, Name, Lume, Yeme, Some, Drame, Treme, Rome, Sheme, Megakam, Mebane, Yekam, Tejame, Tavam, Tadanam, Tavam, Deladana. Zangezo, Davena Sharabje, Parado, Chimenga, Rubachime, Lanamebenga, Menyabadanabenga, Donadam Jarado Shivar, Chimenga, Mezembana Dembarjabaraja, Sharabje, Parado, Chimba, Mebo, Theada, Gadega de Paraga de Parasanga de Bodes, Sharibo, Chanjazama, Sharaje, Parado, Chim, Samala, Labarachao, Tenejum de Tingin, Josamba Zamba Babazereze, Angela, Lexo, Shejawa, Lexo, Regebo, Dejano, Dej, Sidajuke, Dembajando, Sharabje, Parado, Yinjiban namja jizu yiramo, jumde digi che kaazina tsida damba shari pada pada shinju zamba shari zi, wanja dan, namja dan, dem, khor dida dan, da dan, me dan, hamayin dan, chizar chibi jikdi yirande jumde digi zumbala, do, kange, tenjin, jawa, shung, gaba, meba, keme, cheba, meba, tameba, wangwa, meba, drome, tade, deme, tenjime, dreba, nyerje, shete, zobe, sanje, nanamje, tamba, de, male, male, gyurba, namje, ja, sanje, tseba, mela, cha, za, nama, mangavade, abarmena, Tetia tam bene bene ma bene barameda jana so ramus bamsa so arhade zamya zamada de tam bene ma bene barameda jana so Jimbe Dobje, Sanje Yanda, Me Senge, Jimbe Dobdo, Yingje Jenge, Chongere Joba, Jimbo Tarshin, Tsen, Pewara Sho, Tsujim Dobje, Sanje Yanda, Me Senge, Tsujim Dobdo, Yingje Jenge, Chongere Joba, Tsujim Tarshin, Tsen, Pewara Sho, Tsube Dobje, Sanje Yanda, Me Senge, Nijje jenge rangere jokwa na zebe dajin tseyan pewara sho zunzhe dobji sanje yangda ba me senge zunzhe dobdo nijje jenge chongjere jokwa na zunzhe dajin tseyan pewara sho samden dobji sanje yangda ba me senge samden dobdo nijje jenge chongjere jokwa na samden dajin tseyan pewara sho shera dobji sanje yangda ba me senge shera dobdo Ningje jenge chongjere jokpa na shera tarjen tsenya pepara sho jimba tongshin tsujim sungwa tong seba gomshin tsundre tong nyambara jashin nelo dojirabin rashi ya tsoshin tunja tongwa tong tsering neme dege peso tekwa chola nyebara chongyo ya trashi le yo pa pa jang pa shen ne gyur pa cha lo je ne so da cho ju je de nan de zong che pa me ye sing ge da je ma le de da tang je la le da ma ye dong le ja je sang bo je be ma lan da da ge je wa tong je ye ye mo Shinge denye le ra de ba yin jawa kon la ra do cha sa de shi de na denye sanje na sanje se ge le na ju ba te tra je ge yin na ma le ba tam je jawa da ge ga ba te tra ma ba me se gya so na ya ge yin la gya se da ge Jawa Gunje Yunde Ramse Jin Devara Shepa Tamche Daje Nido Damba Changwa Damba Senye Namdan Chokbe Dojo Mane Chodan Dobe Damba Yawa Deta Lane Chebra Nasa Damba Namdan Checho Shime Burma Jera Nyamba Kweba Chebra Dobe Choge Yawa Deta Lane Chebra Cheba Kana Lame Jachewa Deta Yawa Damje Laya Sambo Chula Debe Dota Gen Yawa Kana Chazra Chebra Deja Jeta Dema Wangene Reda Mata Deje Dikwa Daye Yeva Jejeba Deta Damje Daye Choje Yawa Ranga Sanye Rangila Nama Loba Mela Gangye Sana Kala Yam Deda Gangye Jesa Daye Kanam Choje Jigde Joma Changche Rembra Sanye Maja Gombo Deda Daye Tamje La Kola Lana Meva Garwa Yanyi Dade Kanshi Deda La Jowa Gona Beje Deve Taba Jingi Dunye Showa Yan Dage Tamma Raja Sowa Chanse Wada Jeje Shaba Dan Jezu Yeran Goshe Sowa Yawa Chamje Dage Chanjo Debe Sanje Namdan Shoshe Yin Jigde Dama Kanshu Cheb Kaya Majin Deda Ramyo Sanze Chanche Rembra Sanje Choje Kale Jina Jinye Ma Deda Yache Yangso Daba Chancho Shenwan Zhongshe Yawa Na Sanje Seje Rado Gamura Choje Semje Kan Jinye Ba Chancho Dame Gangye Jeso Lo Gira Sambo Jeba Yangso Zoje Sojen Jeba Jeme Yangda Ba Dade Manya Jeme Jebra Baye Kedan Loda Nejinge Drobo Dada Meye Kena Drobo Gangye Jage Chizan Bara Tomje Kedo Dage Cheden Deshe Bara Jena Rabzen Chancho Zemne Namya Jema Tiba Kana Jeba Yerba Deda Male Yangso Chama Leda Nyama Deye Lena Droshin Jigde Drowa Namso Chedra Bema Chime Chaba Yenda Namgara Doba Medra Shenge Kenda Chonan Chezan Meson Dongwa Rabdo Shevra Dewa Dalan Drowa Gange Drowa Tamche Lane Bembra Chancho Cheba Yangso Semjen Dage Chena Dembra Sanglo Cheba Dane Rabbe Mawa Gaba Gondo Cheba Dage Chena Tsomba Kanche Deda Dane Dado Chobra Leda Mana Dane Semje Cheba Dada Melam Chekdo Dala Bembra Debe Chobo Sambo Cheba Rabdo Dembra Teta Daya Tado Chebra Teta Daye Namya Yeme Sanje Seye Korwe Gomba Muzum Dado Dage Jawa Mawa Gaba Gonde Meju Teta Laya Cheba Jaje Teta Jajo Cheba Gonde Sambo Cheba Namra Mawa Gaba Gonde Cheba Siva Damje Duya Karwa Na Sona Mishe Dane Mise Tada Shira Tenze Namdara Na Yende Gange Mise Durje Dena Denye Shinam Dre Shindre Samge Meja Sanje Sanje Seye Yuna Shobala Chancho Cheba Jeje Tawda Tedra Male Damje Choso Yang Chasam Jala Desan Zenye Sanje Gyazo Shinam Gyazo Na Kalpa Gyazo Jisen Rudu Suji Yama Gyazo Chage Gyawa Gonya Yama Nanda Chua Ganye Samba Chishin Ya Sanje Songla Tado Jula Tuzun Shebe Jawa Tamje Kurle Tsunan Rado Korwa Teda Geya Sunya Mise La Loye Dorge Daya Rado Ma Rava Tamje Kije Chege Daya Jabra Kaya Rava Tuzun Chede Da Kije Chache Gene Jabra Tuzun Sheba Miye Senge Gan Teda Kije Chela Dage Tado Teda Gene Cheye Yamra Yebe Nandra Dage Kaya Tuzun Dage Shinge Ban Teda Duje Tendo Ngamba Teda Male Chonom Tamje Yawa Dange Shinge Gyala Kaya Maje Jiden Jamanam Teda Rimba Sanya Kolo Nyanye Deba Radu Shida De Gombo Kongye Chondu Daje Gune Nyerve Zazhe Domnanda Gune Ngoye Tebe Domnanda Kundo Yende Chebe Domnanda Kundo Kyaba Jamba Dage Kundo Geve Zanan Domnanda Chaba Mebra Gerbe Yeshi Shera Domnan Tenzin Domnan Kundo Jemra Terye Domnan Dome Rabje Sambo Chebe Domne Zoba Sheman Gyazo Nambra Daje Semjen Gyazo Dane Nambra Cheman Gyazo Rado Dongje Ishe Rado Gomra Cheba 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 Malam Cheba Sambo Cheba Sanje Tebe Tenda Male Jawa Gye Zege Dowa Kanye Mene Gundo Sanche Keba Dada Zumbra Jebe Keba Dada Tamje Rada Leda Ngada Yenya Namda Jeba Namda Jinam Yonda Muwa Zumba Keba Jera Deda Dayan Deda Zumbra Kune Jawa Zumba Jebe Jabala Jene Melan Jebra Galba Gunda Meje Te Java Malen Zobra Cheba Dane Tse Majuru Yende Namjan Zezon Mebra Cheba Zeme Bala Nene Teda Jolba Damje Zobra Namje Dardo Jurba Zemje Male Dayan Deje Jezon Leda Nyamon Dajurba Daje Malam Dayan Deje Kaya Choju Jinan Taye Pa Rinchen Yede Jawa Nam Rada Mi Dere Jonan Jan Shenye Denye Kalba Pula Kanye Mwe Girbo Dede Ne Chancho Choje Jesu Ram Lenji Zamyan Deba Jeba Ne Sunam Tambe Chodo Ye Sanchu Deda Dene Yeso Tamche Pongla Tene Chobo Nyemba Bongwa Ye Nawa Taye Deyan Denyur Teda Nyemba Ramnyen Devra Meze Triyan Deda Lekura Kondo Zombo Deyan Jenjawa Teda Rinpura Medo Deje Tsame Ngabo Dajan Kange Meje Wange Cheba Tiye Sambo Cheba Derje Na Nyurdo Male Yonso Jangwa Yeje Dane Zodan Zanam Dan Reda Kado Namdan Demba Deda Mode Mambo Deme Do Jigde Sambo Guna Chebra Chancho Shinwan Jondo Denyura Jo Sone Semje Benjre Deda Chancho Sanje Kolo Rabdo Go Denam Deda Chebra Kanya Sambo Chebe Malam De Changwa Dane Dedam Loba Te Namra Mem Tedra Malu Daji Yonso Gan Jigdin Chizi Zemjin Bem Yave Jangora Zanjin Gawadre Pemo Tamba Shindo Zele Nawa Taye Yave Monsun Da Nonden Bayan Daji Terdo Trene Daji Londen Rabdo Ne Chuba Mambo Chewa Chaja Luye Doje Jojo Yawa Jonze Daji Chewa Jege Damje Jong Donzo Mawa Le Suelam Daye Damba Kanda Joe Donga Jwana Veba Mebe Nera Dobra Balam Jabo Deda Tom Nagavati Sume Kalpara Zaya Tata Arhate Kalbe Kalbe Ma Kalbe Kalbe Pare Shodane Soha Tumbe Melam Gezo Menyo Cheba Cheze Nayan Chegiro Kesan Chela Zeba Tarjin Zobe Sanje Donga Chela Sanje Gun La Cha Za Lon Chang Song La Me Den Ba Chang Ju Zen Ba Nam Ta Ya Nye Den Nam La Cha Za Nyen Zho Tam Je Do Je Jin To Re Lam Ne Ra De Ka Ye Me Pra Chen Ge Ba Chang Ju Zen La Cha Za Sim Je Wong Du Gyur Be Nan Da Ge Dek Ba Je Ge Song Je Chen Ra Chen Ne Son Da Ge Dale Namba Song Gang Ge Suen Nam Zong Ne Ge Ba Da Ge Gun Ge Sa Ben De Da Chen Be Ye Rang La Ye Rang De Wa Tam Je Ge Suen Nam Gun La Ye Rang Sang Je Gun La Cha Za Lo Da Ne Ye She Cho Do Cho Ju Da Ge Cho Nang Su Sa Ju Da La Ne Ba Chang Ju Zen Ba Chang Ju Jo Chang Jia Ge Pra Gu Ma Chang Ju Dang Ba Sang Je Shin De Dang Je Be De Do So Sha Gun La Me Ne Do Che Ge Kro Lo Ko Ju Chen Ma Chen Ba Cha Ye Ne Dong Ma Zen Chen Da Ge Ka Ba Che Wa Sam Ye So Che Den Ze Che Shu Ju De Be Dam Do Chen Yu Ro Chen Se Be Se Wu Tam Che Qing Wa Gun Ye Jing Da La Gang Ye Chong Nang Se Su Sim Je Zhen Ma Ge Ba La Sang Je Nam Ne Me Me Sim Je Nam La Chang Do De Se Be Tso Le Zho Wa Zo Be Sang Je Gang Shu Da Gang Dai De Da Ma Xu De Da Je Su Da Lo Jing Xiang Shu Je Ba Ju Ju Par Lo Xian Zhou Zo Ge Ne Zhou Zhou Sim Je Da Ge Mu Xi Zhou Bo Mu Ge Ne Lam Ne Chang Zhu Re Ge Ma Ge Ba Dan Me Zhong Da Rang Xi Ma Ji Ne Ma Nam Li Ma Ji Mu Ma Ji Dong Be Chue Ne Do Ba Sang Je Zhang Song Xian Bo Da Sim Je Ma Ji Song Ma Ji Kan Sa Ma Ji Song Ma Ji Chu Xian Ba Yi Ngo Bo Gun La Me Ne Ba Ra Je Gun La Me Ne Do Sim Na Ma Ji Jin Do Ngo Bo Ngo Bo Re Ma Ji Ben Da Ge Long Je Lun Do Ngo Bo Tam Je Nam Ji Be Jin Be Ba Ro Jin Do Tim Je Tsu Jin Gyun Me Je Tsu Jin Nam Ra Da Da Lom Zi Me Me Be Tsu Jin Ge Tsu Jin Ba Ro Jin Do Sa Yang Na Qiu Me Long Ge Kam Tra Me Ne Jin Se Ba Chou Wa Ma Ji Be Se Be Ba Ro Jin Do Zun Zhi Zun Be Zun Zhi Ge Den Zhou Le Lo Ma Ji Jin Do Dan Den Be Le Zin Ge Zun Zhi Ba Ro Jin Do Tetra Jeba Juju Chamba Jadan Demba Parlo Chinjo Zogin Saju Parla Ramne Be Saye Da De Lama Ego Vani Jur Jawa Jamba Damne Singe Mawa Zange Zeba Dembe Dajan Chanju Shola Nejur Mebe Longyang Demba Gewa Deye Tsera Tamche Tabdo Jenye Sanglai Demba Simche Kunge Donglai Kurge Chambe Tenlai Chawai Chewai Sho Senam Deye Tamche Sekbai Tomne Nyebe Dana Panche Kega Nache Bala Chubai Sebe Solen Zhou